Okay. Great. Oh, okay. Pues hago mucho, pero no puedo tanto que vas a decir es lo que Hey, how's it going? So how's the paperwork for you?
Right, everyone. So everyone, just so you know, this is jury selection today. So there's gonna be a jury trial today. And we are in the middle of a jury trial, so you all will have your voir dire with Judge Nahara in impact court if this does not work out. Michelle?
Yes, Your Honor.
So with regards to the book that we're reading, don't let her stay. That's it, right?
That's it. Don't let her stay.
Janisa told me that she started it, but she's doing the audiobook and she had to stop because it was getting too tense.
Jessica said that it's her anxiety is too, it's now getting there to where I'm like, okay, she's on my nerves.
Yeah, we're gonna have to discuss her choices.
Yes, we are.
All right, everyone, happy Tuesday. I'm gonna call the docket. When I call the docket, please let me know you are here. If you are not here and do not respond, I'm gonna assume you're not, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Brandon Wright. In custody, we have Esmeralda Valdez.
Good morning, Judge. I'm present for Miss Enriquez. She'll be here shortly.
Thank you. Jorge Macias Castro, Juan Tehran III,
Here you are.
Raul Reyes is in custody,
Also, Judge. We're here.
Matthew Bourgeois in custody,
He's out on bond, Your Honor.
Matthew Dwayne Bourgeois. In custody is Benny Santos, Jose Angel Diaz, Jose Diaz, Robert Garcia, Erin Marie LaFontaine. You know, if you're related to the LaFontaine, is it LaFontaine, the actresses? Am I right on that? All right, Marco Temes.
Present, Your Honor.
President Council.
John Coots, I look at you because I think you're a movie though.
Ah, you know me better than that. I can't still, you know that.
Damian Huff. Damian Huff. In custody, we have Emmanuel Morley, Christopher Acosta.
Good morning, Judge. We were hired yesterday afternoon on that. We filed our notice yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure if it's been accepted yet.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Valdivia Acevedo.
There you go.
Did I pronounce your last name correctly? No? And don't be ashamed to say no. I mean, if, don't be shy. If I didn't pronounce it correctly, you have to let me know these things.
Your Honor, he's like, it's roll for a 7.
Aceves?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
See how easy that was? Crystal Barajas is in custody. Theodore McCullough, custody. Thank you. Alexis Esquivel, custody. Robert Smith. Robert Smith. Alvin Mendoza, custody. Francisco Luna. That'll be at 10:30. And at 11, we have Alexa Arizola, Amia Cooper, Ethan Byers, Tony Kaplan, Jesse Inno. Jesse Inno. All right, is there anyone who came in later, your name was not called? Oh my God. All right, I probably don't have it updated. What's your name? Stephen. Everyone just have a seat. I've been given something extra here. Francisco Luna, Alexis, yeah, I did that one. Destiny Argumento. Destiny Argumento.
I think she can go.
Okay, thank you. Yvonne Pettis, custody. Thomas Florio, custody. Jose Contreras.
President, Your Honor.
Laura Romero. And custody is Christopher Davis. Joseph Anzaldua.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Donald Davis Jr. Now, after that, is there anyone whose name was not called? All right, we'll start here.
Stephen Tennessee,
How do you spell your last name?
TENNISN.
All right, do you know your attorney? Have you met with your attorney? Do you know your SID number or case number?
No mistake,
Oh, what is it?
906 316.
316. All right, thank you. Have a seat. We'll get with you, okay? Yes.
Daniel, sorry, got it.
And who's your attorney?
Ms. Carter?
All right. And back here?
Roger Saucedo.
Oh, yes. Thank you. We have you. Anyone else? Yes.
Larry Evans.
Larry Evans. Do you know who your attorney is?
No.
Do you know your SID number? Or case number? It should, your case number should be at the top of that page. Yes.
71 83 56.
All right. Have you ever met your attorney or no?
No.
All right, thank you. Yes. Matthew Hughes,
Yes.
do you know your case number or SID number? All right, who's with you?
718557.
All right, and who's with you?
My wife.
All right, so here's the thing, and I would tell all my clients this. Men, you're adults, your wife, your girlfriend, your mother, they are not your assistant, so you got to keep up with your paperwork. Do you understand? All right. Have you ever met your attorney? Do you know who your attorney is?
Great.
All right, we're gonna make sure you meet your attorney, okay? Anyone else on this side? All right, over here. What's your name? Steve Tarasa. Do you know who your attorney is? All right, have you met with him? All right, do you know your case number or SID number?
I said 116 1135.
All right, just give us a moment. Anyone else over here?
Maribel Alvarado,
I'm sorry?
Maribel Alvarado,
All right, have you met with your attorney? Do you know your case number or SID number?
the SID number,
Okay.
it's 114 83.
834. All right, just have a seat, we'll get with you. Anyone else on this side? Excuse me, Travis. Anyway, anyone else over here? All right, so all of the people who have just answered Stephen Manuel Rodriguez, Lee Cutter should be here. You need to call her because you're for jury trial. Larry Evans, Matthews, Steve, and Alvarado. We're gonna make sure that you get a chance to meet your attorney, and if an attorney hasn't been appointed to you and you need one appointed, we're gonna make sure you have one today. So everyone be patient. We're currently in a jury trial, but there will be a jury selection today, and that jury selection will take place with Judge Nahara and Impact Court. So please confirm. We have the state here, This is criminal trial division. This is family violence. Please just give them your file and then take a seat. They will call you in the order of appearance. Do not approach the court unless you have conferred with your client and conferred with the state. If your client is in custody, yes, they do need to be called out. If your client speaks another language and wishes to use an interpreter, regardless of whether you speak their language or not, we need an interpreter called up. Today is Tuesday. The good thing about Tuesday, and the reason why everybody should be happy, is because it's not Monday. So everyone, please confer. All right. Should follow Manuel Rodriguez School. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
My mom is always on it. She's like, baby, I can't hear you. All right, there's someone in the waiting room. Robert's Galaxy. There's one of the. Okay.
This guy.
They give it to me. Last time I.
And Brittany,
Yeah.
I know it's not on the docket, but this is set for today. This is Lee Cutter's client, Manuel Rodriguez. Oh, no, I'll wait till you guys come. Okay.
Yeah, you'll hear.
Okay.
All right. I didn't tell them yesterday.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Tennyson?
Yeah.
Oh, and Deputy Laura, on Tennyson, make sure that, has he had a chance to meet his attorney?
I'm not sure. It says attorney for the form.
All right, make sure that you call your attorney. If for some reason you're not able to get in touch with your attorney or your attorney doesn't call you back, you can come back to court and we'll make sure you meet your attorney, okay? All right. You're welcome. Marco Thomas. All right, Mr. Thomas, today is your plea deadline date. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, do you wish to enter a plea or are you requesting a jury trial?
Jury trial.
All righty. Just have a seat. We may have one available for you today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Sir, we have to.
She said she wants it done in the county code 9.
No, they said impact.
Oh, hold on,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Judge Nahara requested impact, so they're gonna be doing an impact.
I'm confused. Hold on, an impact, yes. A panel of 75, yes. And what time do you want it, Judge?
I told Judge Nahara 11.
At 11 o'clock. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And if you'll call County Court at Law number 9 and let them know that we'll be using impact court instead of County Court at Law number 9. And Deputy Laura, can you make sure that the alternates are not in the back?
They are.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I knew you would.
Okay, I have approached some
Yes.
Very important matter.
Yes.
I can't post these on Facebook.
Oh, I think your daughters are so cute.
You're on Donald Davis? Are you on,
And I'm telling you, she always has this twinkle in her eye. See, I could hang with her. We would go out, have ice cream, sit by the pool, read a book, but I wouldn't take her to see Elemental.
See, I did take her.
Well, I'm telling you. Yes. Yes.
Like all set.
Oh, yeah. I think she is so great.
Every thing I go to where there's other parents texting me, they're like, "We need to take her to Hollywood. And she
Yes.
wants to be a Rocketeer.
I'm telling you, if they still did, I don't know if they still have the Mickey Mouse Club from when I used to watch it, but she would be great on the Mickey Mouse Club.
It's a cartoon now, actually.
Yeah.
Funny story, I was talking to my oldest daughter, who's 9, about Ryan Gosling. I was like, "Oh, this is an art man. You know, who's in the Mickey Mouse Club?" And she was really confused. And then I realized that the entire time she's been a child, Mickey Mouse Club is now a cartoon.
Okay, I still remember the song. MIC, see you real soon. KEY. Why? Because we really like you. MOUSC. But here's the funny thing. So I would race home because they would show the reruns. So I would race home to see the Mickey Mouse
They didn't really say anything.
because there was a segment they would play. They would always have, the Mouseketeers doing their thing, but in the middle of it, they would play a segment. And I would rush home because I still wanted to know what happened with this guy and his horse. And every week they would show a segment.
It's where they get their hair done. It's called.
The person who's by Zoom. You need to start your video, please.
Which one's yours again? Right up.
You're not every year.
May I approach you?
Do you have a case on the docket today?
I do.
Have you conferred with the state?
No, it's just with regards to his appearance. He notified me early that he was gonna be a little bit late. He updated me and he's suggesting that he'll be here around 9:50, but I'm thinking that's what his app is saying. So he probably still has to park and stuff. His name is Matthew Bourgeois, so.
Okay.
Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Judge. I'll confer.
Question of the day.
Okay.
Right.
Norma.
Yes.
For Marco Thomas, we just approached.
I don't care.
I don't know if we don't have the file and I don't know if we can, if we were gonna go to trial today. Or if we were
Yes.
gonna- Okay, so just hang out. You
Yes.
do trial line about 11, right, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Vanessa Varela, the judge, granted her deferred, asked me to look into drug court. They won't talk to me about drug court. It has to be referred from the hospital. I've been in jail like a week or so. Good morning. Are you telling me what's on the show? Okay.
I believe she's, John, if you'll check with Vashon, because my understanding, she was referred to drug court.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that you probably need to call over there to see.
Apparently they won't talk to me. Just.
What did you
Nothing
do?
That's done between all of you.
Why won't they talk to you? What did you do?
Whatsoever about this whole drug. And I will tell you, drugs are not her issue. She's been in custody for like a month and a half, so drugs are not.
No, drugs are her issue.
Her issue is mental health. That's her issue. That's why she was up here, totally confused. That's why I had to decide. Competent at least, but that's the issue.
All right. Okay.
But let me get a check.
How are you? Good, how are you? Christopher Wilson, I was hired yesterday afternoon. We filed our notice. So I just converted them. They're making some.
Great, so they may not.
Plus I did speak to them, so no, I just. He didn't have a lawyer, it sounds like prior to that. So.
And me, I was on another like setting, so it's like a mess. With it. It was all good. Oh, really? Offer was props. Yeah. Yeah. You can just run the same. Whatever I can do.
Gloria's not there. We need to work. We haven't.
Christopher Acosta.
Hello again, Judge.
Hello. All right, on this case, have you conferred with the state?
I have, they're gonna make me an offer. I was just hired, like I told you earlier, at 3:30 yesterday afternoon. We filed our notice, so I haven't seen any discovery or anything, so
Okay.
if we could reset it, I'd appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 1 month reset for Christopher Acosta.
And Judge, we'll make an offer before Mr. concludes.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
And it's discovery. All right, we'll see you back on August 31st. Just sign the reset form and you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Ready.
I think that needs to be having jury. Let me take a listen. That sounds like something.
Yeah.
Yes. I wanted to make it flat.
And, yeah, I can't leave it. That's no
Last night, Susan. I don't know how to. Answered most of them.
Can I approach your honor?
Yes.
I finally just now got an offer on my client, Rodolfo Aceves. I was wondering if I could get a reset so I can,
Oh, I need the file.
oh, I'm sorry. I should know better.
All right, Aceves. And who is the prosecutor on Rodolfo Aceves?
It's me, Your Honor.
All right.
Miranda Carrillo. Hi.
Hi. All right, so what is happening with this case?
We relayed an offer, Your Honor. We were working towards a resolution.
And I would like to have some time, Your Honor, to talk to my client and his family, his parents.
All right, how much time are you asking for?
No more than 30 days, Your Honor.
So you put no more in front of 30 days. All right, Ms. Ferguson on Rodolfo Aceves. If I can have a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date. And I'll need you to sign an acknowledgement of discovery.
Yes, ma'am. And if after I talk to him and my client's parents, and we're in agreement, then I'll bring it in early so we can close it out.
All right, thank you.
I can do August 28th.
All right, we'll be back on August 28th. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. That's done.
August 28th, thank you.
And that's done.
That name was very. Yeah. I think he's got a new, yeah. Johnny.
Thank you.
All right, can I see the parties on this jury trial? All right, for the juror that has a flight for Colorado at 8:45,
Yes.
who said it was gonna cost her $700 to change it.
Mhm.
Deputy Laura informed me that all the jurors are here.
Okay.
But I'm going to call to see if I can let the airline know that she's in jury trial so that they won't charge her the $700. Is anybody gonna have a problem with that?
No, Judge.
All right, we're gonna go on the record. Deputy, I'm sorry, Diana, we're gonna go on the record. And you have your client come up, Mr. Saucedo? All right. We're gonna go on the record. And I pulled the wrong file. We're gonna go on the record in 2019 CR 7466, State of Texas versus Roger Saucedo. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar and Hank Wilkins for the state. Leo Gonzalez, Jessica Gonzalez for Roger Saucedo.
All right, and are you Mr. Saucedo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, yesterday, a jury informed us that she needed to be in Colorado. And her plane was leaving today at 8:45 a.m. And the reason she was going is because her husband had died 3 years ago and that she was going to see her new mother-in-law and new sister-in-law. And there was an objection to her being allowed to leave and replace her with an alternate. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, Judge.
So the court suggestion then is to call the airline to let the airline know that she's on jury duty. So hopefully they will not charge her the extra $700. Is there any objection from the state to the court doing that?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And of course, the juror does not know who's responsible for her being here. And the court is not, of course, going to inform her of that. But I am going to call the airline then.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge.
All right, and so everyone just know that it's going to be a long day or night into the wee hours of the morning if need be, because my understanding is her flight has been rescheduled for the 26th. So, oh, that's tomorrow. No need to pull out though.
I was like.
Let me pull it out. So We will be here as long as it takes. And if it takes till 6 a.m., then a lot of us will be seen in the same clothing we were wearing today. I can at least cover up my dress with the robe, so. All right, is there anything else?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
From the discovery acknowledgement, Miranda's going to give it to you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, he's not responding.
So, speaking of 45 ounces in Saucedo. Just several.
Draw this out. Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I listen up, they said?
All right, could I see the file on Jose Contreras, please? And I'm assuming the missing person is not a child.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Jose Contreras, come forward. All right, Mr. Contreras, the state has filed a dismissal in your case. I don't know what happened to bring you here because the only thing I know is what the charge is. And I know the charge is a violation of bond protective order and that the state is dismissing it because a witness is missing. I'm assuming that's the complainant. Probably the complainant has decided they don't want to go forward. But whatever brought you here today, if that's not resolved, you're going to end up back in another court for the same thing. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So whoever this person is, and I think you know the name, we should consider that relationship over because otherwise what's going to end up happening is you're going to be back here for the same thing. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to give you the dismissal. Good luck to you. Do better.
Job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, may I have you excuse?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one moment. I'm sorry.
Just right to get coverage.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to
I have
get
to
this.
wave mine around to catch one.
Okay. Yes. Oh, hi, welcome back. All right. Do you have Destiny? All right, where's Destiny?
She's in custody right here.
All right.
A thumbnail sketch. She picked up a new charge while she was on probation, had done nothing on probation. She has been in custody. Her appointed attorney asked to have her psychiatrically evaluated. On Friday, I had that evaluation reviewed by Judge Carruthers. She was found competent. She's now back in court on the MTR, and the new case is a night mag case.
All right, what is the new case? All right, state. Have you all conferred with Mr. Young on the MTR?
Am I in the wrong place? I'm sorry.
Yes, we did. We did make an offer, and I believe that he wanted to address the bond.
All right, because the only thing, Mr. Young, is this case keeps being brought back here. So we were scheduled for a contested hearing. It was brought here on April 25th, and we were scheduled for a contested hearing on May 4th. And then on May 4th, we came back and it was reset for June 15th. Then we come back and then there's an evaluation. And now she's competent. So something needs to happen to this case.
And it will, Your Honor. What she wants to do is get out of jail long enough to prove to you that she wants to stay out.
Oh, I can see in the future, Mr. Young. So if you all want to discuss things and I'll make a decision.
I missed the first
I
part.
said, if you all want to discuss things and I'll make a decision, because the problem is this case has been reset too many times. So we're gonna do a hearing.
She didn't have any part of that, Your Honor.
I know, I understand. So we're gonna do a hearing on this today.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And we worked on it.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you read now,
Mhm.
not seen the movie, The Last Mohicans?
Yes,
You read the book?
I've read the book. I always read the book and then I'm like, oh, they're making a movie out of this.
I'd only seen the movie and I loved the movie.
Mhm.
And then I found a really, really old copy, but I can't tell how old because doesn't even have a date on it.
Mhm.
And they switched most of the relationships.
Well, it's strange because a lot of times when you watch the movies, one, they don't follow the book, which I don't like when they don't follow the book. Or two, because they want specific characters to play
Now,
specific
they
things.
wanted,
Yeah.
they wanted Day to be, a really appealing guy,
Oh, yeah.
where he was just sort of strong silent type in the movie, in the book.
But I will tell you, you know what is a great movie, but it did not receive the status it should have had because the actor who did it was going through things. Apocalypto.
What?
Apocalypto. It's by, I think Mel Gibson directed it.
Okay.
That is actually a great movie. And do you know the language that's spoken is not English, but you can still understand everything that's going on. That was a great movie and it was very intense.
Sometimes
Yeah.
my vote for the great movie that didn't receive any notoriety at all was The Wind and the Lion with Sean
Yes.
Connery.
Yeah.
Which to me is a great.
But if you get a chance, watch Apocalypto. I'm sure it's from 2006 and I'm sure it's probably on some streaming service or YouTube or somewhere, but it's very good.
Do I look like I have?
No, but you know what? I'm sure it's on some,
I will look for it.
Yes.
Apocalypse.
yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like that.
I guess it's like, I never really. Stop. There.
All right, so
I discovered.
is this the issue with
But I'm trying to get the phone number where the interpreter phone is.
mhm.
Like,
All right, so who are you trying to get in? Oh, I tell you what, just give me the prison number. I'll take care of it.
But I'm just trying to get the landline.
You know what? Just have them call on my cell phone. No. Give me their number. I'll call them.
I'll give you the number after doctor.
All right, thanks. Bob Behrens.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who is your client?
Christopher Davis from yesterday.
All right, so he is in the trial lineup. All right, Mr. Behrens,
Yes, yes.
just give me a moment because we have a verdict on this case, but
Oh,
you
okay.
are in the trial lineup, okay?
All right. All right.
All right, but don't rush back or anything because I know you're at services for your friend.
We need to put
Yeah,
everybody.
No, go ahead and take care of that, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you. And we'll let your client know.
all right.
Oh, no, you can stay there.
We're back out, friends. We'll bring it back out in a few minutes.
Oh, an Allen charge is basically a charge that nobody, at least the defense, we always hated the Allen charge. Because it just says, hey, we understand that you say that you can't agree, but if another jury gets this case, then they're going to have the same thing that the same issues that you have. So come back with a verdict. That's basically what the Allen charge says, and nobody likes it. I'm going to pull one for you so you'll be able to see it. Yeah. This is the Allen charge, and you can keep that.
We can't, we're just. on.
Oh, someone stop video.
That was like-
Okay, no problem.
Can be off center.
Which one?
That just brings up a whole other, opens up a whole other can of worms.
All right, thank you.
Jerry explain what we're doing.
Yes. What case is that? Mhm. Yes, and I'm going to talk to the criminal trial division. Yes. Oh, no, no problem. So as you can see, with the Allen charge, the reason why defense attorneys usually don't like it is because it's sort of, yeah, we know you're saying you can't come to an agreement, but we're going to ignore that. And guess what? We want you to come to an agreement. So that's basically what it says. But this jury, we never did an Allen charge. Okay, yes. Yes, we're ready.
All right, jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. We're back on the record in cause number 2019 CR 7466, State of Texas versus Roger Saucedo. Ladies and gentlemen, the deputy has informed the court that a verdict has been reached. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that verdict unanimous?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Laura. Thank you. All right, if the defendant will please rise. It states, we, the jury, find the defendant Roger Saucedo guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in the indictment. Would anyone wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please be seated. All right, and I know that there are two alternates that are in the box, and those two alternates, for the record, did not participate in jury deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, polling the jury means that I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict or not. So when I point to you, just say yes if it is your verdict. If it is not your verdict, say no. Does everyone understand? All right, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, what will happen now is I'm going to give you a short recess. And then because you're going to decide punishment in this case, we're going to come back and I'm going to have you come back at 10:30. And then we will proceed with punishment. All right. And to the two alternates, again, you're not allowed to be in the room with them, but I am going to have you stay just in case you're needed. All right. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
That's fine.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
I'll be back. Where you guys go?
Very. 30 minutes.
Excuse me.
Wait, Judge,
Just,
I don't think he needs to be taken into custody.
no, just 1 second. So State, are you planning on calling witnesses?
Just one, Your Honor.
All right, defense, do you have witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so he is going to be taken into custody. If you all need to speak with him, the deputies will put him in the jury box for you all to speak with him. And we're going to start with punishment at 10:30. So whatever witnesses anyone has, you'll need to have them here.
Yes, Judge.
And defense, if you need a break to make sure your witnesses are here, we'll have you all at 1:30.
Okay.
That's just if you need that break.
Okay, Judge.
All right. So you'll be able to speak to him in the box.
Okay. You need.
In the box, can I talk to him in the box?
Yes. Oh, they just have to
Oh, okay.
prepare him.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
I hate when the jury's.
All right. Who's here on Anzaldua? And on Anzaldua, could I see criminal trial division? Sorry. All right, Mr. Anzaldua. Good morning. All right, so you were here on the assault of a pregnant person. The state has tendered a motion to dismiss. They're saying that the complainant has waived prosecution or recanted. So I'm going to sign the dismissal. I'm going to tell you what I told everybody else. I don't know anything about this case. I won't know anything about the case unless it's presented to me in jury trial or a plea is entered. But what I can tell you is, with regards to this case, Whatever brought you here because of this, whether it was some argument or something going on, that needs to be corrected. If it's not corrected and everybody tries to pretend to ignore it because there's a dismissal in this case, you're going to end up potentially being back here for some reason. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So next, have you conferred, counsel, have you conferred with the state on the criminal trial division cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you hand me that file back? I think I gave you the incorrect file. It's this one. All right. So what is happening with the burglary of a habitation? Is that family violence?
No. Yes, sure.
Judge,
All right.
that's our case. I think Daniel's been talking to Ruben about
Yes, sir. You don't mind.
so we have made an offer, Judge, but they do take that case to trial.
All right. And then we have a felon in possession of a firearm. Is that going to trial as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State, how long do you expect this jury trial to last? It's a felon in possession
2 days, Your Honor.
and a burglary of a habitation force. And the burglary of the habitation force, it was indicted in 2023. And so my understanding from looking at my notes is that an offer has been made. His plea deadline date has expired. So.
Judge, with the verdict we had, I'm still looking at that case. I talked to Daniel about it. He just excused himself for a few minutes. And I'll take a look at it. The felon in possession, we try that. That won't be that long at all. It will be maybe a day. Or two.
Okay. So if you all want to, because I'm trying to figure out what dates for jury trial, these will not be going to jury trial today because criminal trial division is already in trial. But if you all will give us a moment so that when he comes back, you can give me some type of idea of how long you think the burglary of a habitation will last. I don't know which one the state will be going first on. So if you all could do that, and then I'll get you out of here quick, fast, and hurry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge.
You're welcome. Alvin Mendoza. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. And for those of you who are on the docket and your case has not worked out, you are going to impact court for jury selection. And impact court, your attorney will let you know where that is. That is on the second floor. So we're already in jury trial. And because we're in the midst of them deliberating and they've been having a lot of questions, normally I would go ahead and do the jury selection for the other case and then bring it back tomorrow. But because we're already in jury selection and they're asking a lot of questions, another judge, the impact judge, is going to actually do the jury selection in that case. And then once they do the jury selection, then the actual jury trial will come back to this court. Thomas Florio.
Hey, Butch,
Yes.
hey, Coach.
Yes, and they're going to bring him out. Yes.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Do we want to wait until he's brought?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Be sure to let the deputies know.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's more of a procedural matter, Judge. There's 3 attorneys on various different cases. Mr. Engelke has taken the lead, and it may be reset or it may be end up in a plea, but Mr. Ambrosino and myself are on a couple of his cases.
No, this is set for a plea today.
For Florio, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Engelke indicated that it may be, but there was a hiccup because they found out about a new charge, a possession case that's currently pending.
No, the state and the defense attorney said that today this was set for a plea. We have a lot of inmates being brought over because it was requested that Mr. Florio be brought over today.
Well, okay, Judge, I'll keep the court abreast. I'm gonna verify with the states, just because I heard something different from the other defense attorney, but I'll let y'all know as well.
All right.
Thank you.
And Norma, those other defense attorneys need to be here.
They're coming back. They're around. They're gonna come back.
Yeah, Mr. Ambrosino was here.
Yeah, it's over the hallway.
Okay.
Here to answer your questions.
Sorry.
Mhm. I'm sorry. Oh, then they would follow dismissal. So usually when you have a case, and let's say, we'll just call the defendant John Doe. Let's say John Doe has 3 cases. Defense attorneys don't like this, but the state can decide which case they're going to proceed on. All right, thank you. So the state can decide which case they want to go on. So if a person has a drug case, an assault case, and a burglary case, the state can decide, oh, I want to go on the burglary case. And the defense could say, no, I want to go on the drug case. Now, mind you, the judge can say, you know what? State, this is the case I'm calling for trial, and that's the one that we're going on. And then the state can either dismiss it or not. Now, sometimes the state will file a dismissal, and they will say, we're filing dismissal, but we're going to re-indict or bring it back again. Because all of these cases, when a dismissal is filed, they're not necessarily dismissed with prejudice. When a case is dismissed with prejudice, that means that it cannot be brought back again. So I'm a firm believer in this court. Do not file a dismissal because you don't have your witnesses or you're not ready, and then you are going to just go back up, re-indict it, and bring it back again. I think that's a little bit unfair. It's rare that I'll allow that. And the reason why I think it's unfair is because if you have a defense attorney and a defense attorney is not ready, the defense attorney doesn't have the same means to say, oh, I'm just going to dismiss this case and I'll come back on a different date when I'm ready. The only thing they can do is file a motion for continuance. And it could be accepted, granted, or denied. So let's say, for example, the defense files a motion for continuance and it's denied. Then they have to deal with that. They're going to trial. If the state files a motion for continuance and it's denied, then they can next say, oh, well, I'm filing this dismissal. And sometimes they will do it so that they can file the dismissal, then go back up and re-indict and start over because they were not ready. But the thing about dismissals is, as a judge, I don't have to sign them. It hasn't happened before, but defense attorneys can actually say, Your Honor, I object to them dismissing this. I object to your signing the dismissal because they've already informed me they're going to refile the case. Usually it's something like that. You're welcome. And then right now, I've received word, felony drug court is at capacity. So that means that people who have drug issues. All right, could everyone please whisper? Yeah. So what that means is there are no longer any spaces available for me to send people to felony drug court. So if I have someone who has a drug problem, the option of sending them to felony drug court is not there. So I will have to probably send them to SADA, which is about 180 days. But each one of these drug treatment places that I send people, there are wait times associated with them. So SADF is about 180 days, but then you have a wait time, and your wait time at the jail could be a month for you to get in there. And so then for me, the choice is this. All right, this person has just told me they use heroin every day or they use meth every day. If I release them, they're going to use heroin every day, they're going to use meth every day, and they may end up dying or may end up injuring somebody. So people who want help, they will say, no, I'll stay in jail and wait for the transfer. And then if they're sent to SADF and they get in SADF, then maybe a felony drug court will have a felony drug court graduation and they'll have spaces available, and I can send them there after that. Or either I may send them to SafeP, and SafeP is a drug treatment program, but it's actually at the prison. But they don't put you with people who are there serving their time. You're in the prison where you have people who are there for drug treatment. And that's a 6-month program. Well, I'm sorry, up to 9 months. And then when you are released from SADF, I'm sorry, from SafeP, they'll put you in sort of the equivalent of a halfway house. So, but there are a lot of different places. The hardest place is pregnant people. The hardest place is to find a place for them, because nobody, I don't want to say nobody, many people do not want to deal with that, because when you think about it, if you have someone who's on heroin or some type of drug and they're pregnant, they're always putting them on methadone or something else to make sure that the baby is okay, make sure they're not going through withdrawals, because I'm not a medical doctor, but what I've learned is when you are pregnant, you can't have your body going through these withdrawals. So usually they'll do methadone. But even with methadone, when a baby is born, that baby is addicted to methadone and they still may have withdrawals. So that's why I always tell everybody, when you're pregnant, everything that you're doing, your baby is doing. And I don't know if your mom has ever had you go to the hospital with her, but when she was a prosecutor, I was a defense attorney. I've been to the hospital before because sometimes my clients were babies, and you go there and the babies are just crying nonstop because they're going through withdrawals. And of course, they don't know why am I in so much pain? And sometimes they end up getting morphine to sort of calm them a little, but you don't know what effect that's later going to have in their development. And that's why I want to say, when I first started doing cases involving children, it wasn't the law that you had to tell the person who was adopting the child everything that child went through. So then you would adopt a child and you would be trying to figure out, hey, what's wrong? Why are they not doing well in school? Why can't they concentrate? What's going on? So they changed the law. And so now people who are adopting children, they're supposed to get a packet. And in that packet, they will tell you, this is the medical conditions they've had. If there's some sort of genetic issues in that packet, it's supposed to be in there. Yes. Yes. So they put all of that in there. Mhm. So that happens a lot, but I only have a limited amount of things that I can do because this is criminal court. And sometimes I would say my hands are tied a little bit in the fact, say, for example, somebody's charged with injury to a child. Well, Child Protective Service may already done their case and looked at it. The person that has done parenting classes, they've done all of this. And now the child has been placed back with a parent. And I've had nothing to do with that. It's the civil side placing them back to the parent. And they're the only parent, no the parent. And I'm looking at the case and maybe I think this person should be in prison or this person shouldn't have any children. I have to balance that against CPS has already placed the child with them. So, and sometimes when I say, all right, I'm gonna go along with what CPS is doing, how I try to make sure the child is still protected, I will tell probation, you need to go out there every month and do randoms, check on the child and see what's going on and talk to the child separately. So it's a lot. All right, did they do something with the our computer when they came down?
No, Your Honor, they were trying to see to get a conference call in.
Because we don't know the numbers to the inside of the courtroom. Oh, you know what? All we had to do was, it would come up blocked.
But the number, oh, the phone number.
Oh, I'm going to forward it to you because there are a lot of numbers here. It depends on, oh,
Write it down for me.
okay. Okay. All right, everyone. Everyone needs to move with the purpose because you are going to impact court at 11 because the jury is going to be waiting for you there. And if you are in custody, you're going to impact court. So everyone needs to move with the purpose if something is happening with your case. Otherwise, that's where you're being sent. Good morning.
I'm ready on Mr. Mendoza. He's back
All right, Mr. Mendoza. Long time no see, Nathaniel Navy,
for a really long time. Yes, Judge.
but you're looking well rested. So I'm assuming your little darling is sleeping regularly.
For the most part, although last night was still kind of a regression, like woke up 3 times, but that's I think that's because our AC went out and we're getting it fixed and it's been a whole hassle with that. So.
See, I will tell you, once your child gets older, though, you know what the next thing is going to be? You're going to be waiting up because they haven't come home yet.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a good thing.
It is going by quickly. Yep. It's almost, yeah.
So how old are now?
Almost 1 now. Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh, it does fly by. All right. So this case, where are we?
So, okay.
I'm just going to say that we're still, there's some discovery that wasn't uploadable in this particular charge, and also we're discussing offers.
Yes, Judge. There's quite a bit of discovery to go through. There's also a recorded statement that needs to be uploaded.
Okay.
And that's going to happen. And I need to go over that and go over it with my client, but we haven't received a formal offer yet, Judge. So I'm just asking for possibly a discovery compliance setting in 30 days.
All right. If I give you all 45 days, is that enough time for you to have all the discovery and have reviewed it?
I believe so.
I think so.
All right.
Too, Judge.
So on the 45 day that I'm going to give you, the discovery will be due and states you'll need to be prepared to make an offer.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Alvin Mendoza, can I have a 45-day reset? It's for discovering the state to make an offer. All right, September 14th.
Okay, that works. Thank you, Judge.
All right, is there anything else?
No.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good to see you, Judge.
You too. Oh, no problem. And Norma, the person on Manuel Rodriguez should be here, Lee Cutter.
Yeah.
So.
That's why.
Oh,
Okay,
It's a joke.
Oh.
and Norma, on that one, my understanding is that the state has filed a new indictment or something. So that indictment needs to be served on her client today. And then I need a jury trial within 10 days on this case. Mhm.
Give me a few minutes. I know.
All right, and could I see the file on Donald Davis Jr., please? Yes. I'm sorry, not Don, yes, Donald Davis Jr.
Which I'm here, but I'm also waiting on Dick's brother, so let me in, so I'm gonna step back.
All right.
So I don't disturb.
And who are you here for?
Was it used?
Okay.
I think that's-
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
To the record.
Yeah, I have to put the PDF and then upload this.
All right. Raymond Martinez on Donald Davis. He went outside?
Yes, man, they're in the hallway.
Oh, okay. Who's here on Enrique Mendez?
Good morning, Your Honor. That's
Good morning. And where's Enrique Mendez?
He is not present he's not present right now. We're just trying to get off our bond because he's no longer going to be our client. As of today, he hired new counsel.
All right, so where is he? Is he on the docket today?
No, he is not. So it's off docket.
All right, so he needs to be brought into court for me to sign the surety to surrender.
Okay, sure.
All right, so just have Ms. Ferguson put it on the docket, then I'll take care of it.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Sure. And state on Saucedo, do you all have your witness?
Oh, they're interested. I know that.
Okay. Okay. All right,
But I can
thank you.
check on it.
Okay, thank you. And where's? All right, who's here on Destiny Argumedo? We're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 11474W, State of Texas versus Destiny Argumento. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
John Young for the defense.
And are you Mr. Are you Miss Argumento?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Amanda Argumento who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 11474W for the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle on December 6, 2022 for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 1 on or about the 23rd day of March 2023 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Amanda Argumento.
Argumento.
Okay, I can't say that. Committed the offense of theft, 2,500 to 30,000 vehicle in violation condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
Any objections? To the
Your Honor,
waivers?
What we're asking.
No, any objections to the waivers? All right, Ms. Argumento, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years into the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court would find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
State, what are you requesting?
Revocation, Your Honor.
Defense, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, there was an agreement in that they were going to TIC and dismiss the new charge.
That is correct.
She is requesting the court to allow her to stay on probation. Whoops, I can't get around here.
Mhm.
With 4 documents, their certificates of classes she's attended while she's been in the jail.
Any objections to the court reviewing this?
No, Your Honor. The state has reviewed those areas.
Okay.
As we said earlier, Your Honor, this young lady had been evaluated for competency, was found competent. She wants to stay on probation, and what she would like to do is have you put her in outpatient treatment. At the same time, I've advised her that if you do keep her on probation, that there is a high probability that there would be residential drug treatment. As you can see, she's taken some anger management classes, the AA classes, and I don't understand what the other one is. It looks like it's a dignity class for women. And I don't know what the basis for that was.
All right, probation.
Probation recommendation is to revoke due to the new felony offense, and she absconded with non-compliance.
All right, Ms. Argumento, is there anything you wish to say?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Amanda Argumento, and I would like to have a second chance on probation. I will attend the classes. I will go to everything. I was still on my drug problems like then, but I'm completely done with it. The thought of drugs, like I do not even want to think of it. Makes me want to puke. Like just thinking back and hearing my kid's voice, my daughter's voice. My kid's dad is willing on getting back with me, getting the family back together, and I just really want to go back to that.
How old are your children?
3 and 4, ma'am.
All right, and who's taking care of them?
Their father.
All right, so were your parental rights terminated?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So you just dropped them off with the father?
I decided to leave when I was on drugs, and yes, I was really bad on them, but I did stop.
All right. So what have you done on probation other than pick up new cases?
I did not attend because I was just.
No, I mean, have you done anything?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else from either side? Any other questions?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right. You have a question?
why should the judge believe that you're going to do what you have said you're going to do and that you didn't do last time?
Because I'm really committed to it, I'm honestly, and I apologize for not going to my probation and everything, like, I apologize, I'm really committed to completing it this time.
And why did the previous attorney have you evaluated for competency?
And we didn't talk about the case, right, and
Okay. And you're not on any medication now in the jail?
no, sir.
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right. Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
State, what are you requesting? I know you're requesting revocation. The court is going to grant the motion. The court is going to find you guilty, and the court will not grant you community supervision. State, how much time are you asking for?
The state was requesting 12 months in the state jail facility, Your Honor.
Defense, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, she currently has 116 days in Bear County Jail on this case, and we're asking the court to grant her a request for 6-month sentence.
All right, if you want, at the state jail facility, they do have a therapeutic community, and that does not increase the time that you have been in custody. If I were to sentence you to 6 months or 12 months or 18 months, that will still be your sentence. And therapeutic community is just there to help you. Would you like that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court is going to find you guilty. The court will sentence you to 18 months in the state jail facility. Ask that you be placed in the therapeutic community. You're still going to have to request it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Give you credit for any time served. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you do have a limited right to appeal. That right to appeal is as it relates to the allegation in the motion, not the fact that you were on community supervision. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. So, Ms. Argumeta, I always review everything. And when you were placed on deferred adjudication, and here there were several cases that were taken in consideration. And so the only thing that you've done since you were on probation with me was pick up another theft case, and you're on probation for unauthorized use. You're going to have to make a decision on what you want to do with the rest of your life.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do not, when you get out, go running to be with your children, because at this point in stage, you haven't been a mother to them, and you can't go running on their doorstep, creating chaos and upheaval. If you get your life together, you can probably slowly enter their life. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Yes. You're welcome. All right, Yvonne Pettis. Is she in custody? All right, Deputy Laura, we're going to have her brought back on the 31st. Can you let her know her attorney is still ill? State, Yvonne Pettis is going to be recalled for the 31st. Her attorney is still ill. They say that they still have somebody in transit. Yeah, just one moment. Leo, on your case, do you know when you would have, excuse me, can you come forward for a moment?
We're gonna ask on our witness, they're here already.
Oh, they're here. All right, so I'm thinking, and how many witnesses are you anticipating? 2? And do you have any idea how long you think that will take?
15, 20 minutes, not that long.
All right, because I'm wondering then, because state, where is your witness?
Judge, I guess
Yes.
I can tell you. Right now, the witness that we're gonna have, the victim, is not to be found at this point. So we'll proceed without him if need be. But we are currently looking, we have an investigator out looking for him right now. He may have been at a local park that he likes to attend.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So then, are you all going to present any witnesses or no?
No, we just proceed without any witnesses at all.
Okay, so they're not going to call any witnesses. So are you all ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, the group that's here now. I don't want you to have to take them back and bring these inmates back up. Leo,
Yes.
do you,
We're fine whenever the court wants to do it.
well, no, I want to know exactly when you're ready. Just let me know if you've had a chance to talk with them.
We have, Judge. So I mean, we can proceed whenever the court's ready to proceed. If the court feels needs to take care of some stuff and then get to us. I mean, whatever the court needs at this
All
point.
right, so this is what I do. Tell the jury 11 o'clock because I have to send people over for jury trial anyway. So we'll start with this at 11.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Yes, 11. Hello. Good morning. Is it something that's on the docket today?
It is not, but it's free.
All right, just give me a second. All right, so Raymond Martinez on Donald Davis. Norma, can you call him and let him know that he's going to Judge Nahara for jury selection? And so the case that's being sent first to Judge Nahara is for, it's going to be Donald Davis for jury selection. And if that ends up falling through and it appears that this trial may be finished, then I will do jury selection. So nobody leaves. The only person who's leaving at this time to go to Judge Nahara is Raymond Martinez on Donald Davis Jr. And State, are you ready to proceed on that?
We'll make that determination. It's
All right, it needs to be made before 11.
okay.
Who is here on Alexis Esquivel? All right, if you'll come forward, please. All right, have you received all the discovery on this case?
At this time, we believe so, Judge. This is the first setting, still going over discovery. It's my understanding that the state still needs to establish contacts with the complaining witness.
All right, is this family violence or
Yes.
criminal trial division?
Family violence.
Travis Banks in the state of Texas.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, if you can reset this in 30 days, and at that time, states you need to be prepared to tender an offer, and I'll need an acknowledgement of discovery.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. August 20th? Yes.
All right, August 28th. Do you have any questions about anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. It's Alexis Escobar.
You wanna go back to the jury box?
Aaron LaFontaine. All right, on this case, the state is supposed to have tendered an offer. Did they tender an offer?
They did, Judge. And they also just uploaded some additional discovery CPS records.
All right, Ms. Ferguson on LaFontaine, Aaron Marie. If I can have a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date. All right, August 29th. Once you sign that, you're excused. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, once you sign that, you're excused.
Thank you.
Joseph Anzadua. State, have you all had a chance to confer on how long you anticipate a jury trial?
Judge, go ahead. Judge, we have two motions on that, please.
Oh, okay, yes. Somebody's dimming the lights on me.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I always say if the lights are getting dimmed in the courtroom, where are the appetizers? And just a side note, I personally always find restaurants suspect when the lights are so low you can't see the food.
But your date always looks better.
Hey, no, not really. Did you see that episode of Seinfeld?
Probably have it.
Two-Face on Seinfeld, yeah. All right, somebody keeps dimming the lights. Is it me?
It's not me, but I saw.
Or is this like Sanford and Son where I'm going home?
We have a ghost today.
We have a ghost?
Yeah, it did it by itself.
All right, Mr. Andazua. Here you are on those. Marco Temes. All right, and you're waiting for jury trial, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let me put this here. Jacob Cortez, Norma, that's one I need to get with you on. And we'll take that up later. He's from yesterday. All right, what is happening with Esmeralda Valdez? All right, thank you. Jorge Macias Castro.
Judge, I conveyed to Mr. Schaefer an altered offer that he's going over with his client.
All right. Juan Tehran, Raul Reyes.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to file.
All right, can I see the file on Raul Reyes, please?
We've rejected that.
All right, thank you. All right, Norma, so far the two people are going to be going to Impact. It's going to be Donald Davis and Raul Reyes. Donald Davis, they think this may end up working out. Okay. So.
We're ready.
All right. So just give us a moment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just one other issue on Raul Reyes. Or other matter. I filed a motion to set bond yesterday. I'm not showing that it's been accepted, but would you hear that motion or would Judge?
Oh, Judge Nahara will
Okay,
hear it.
Perfect.
All right,
Yes.
so you're in the trial lineup, so just give us a moment.
Do I head down there now or?
Yes, you can
Or
head.
actually I have to Esmeralda, but then.
Yeah, go ahead and do that and then you can head over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, and could I see Juan Tehran's file? And then I need to see Benny Santos. Brandon Wright. All right. And Jose Diaz. All right, so these are the people who are going to impact. It's going to be Donald Davis, Raul Reyes, Juan Terran, Benny Santos, Jose Diaz, I'm sorry, after Benny Santos, it's going to be Brandon Wright, then Jose Diaz. So this is the order. Donald Davis. And just so everyone knows, it appears that that case may work out. Then it's going to be Raul Reyes, Juan Terran, Benny Santos, Brandon Wright, and Jose Diaz. So one of those will be going to jury trial.
And I do need to approach you on Jose Diaz.
All right, just 1 second. All right, just 1 moment. All right. Who? Her client is on bond, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just hold off on that.
Okay.
He's out of here.
This paperwork is up here.
No, just wait. What we're gonna do is we're gonna send this, because my understanding, half of these are supposed to work out, and we'll see what's left. So if you can remain up here, we're gonna see where this falls, okay?
Okay, and Judge, you this will go into this.
Let's see. Once they start with jury selection, then we'll know which case.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. So these are the people who need to go to impact court. Donald Davis, Raul Reyes, Juan Terran, Benny Santos, Brandon Wright, and Jose Diaz. And my understanding is impact court is on the second floor?
Yes.
All right. And Norma, if you can send this to Nahara and let him know that's the lineup and they're all ready. All right, could I have the parties on Thomas Florio? And everyone, please whisper because we are on the record. Donna, everybody's rowdy today. Everyone, please don't make the court reporter's job more difficult. So everyone, you need to whisper. If you cannot whisper, you need to stop talking. And this is 2 cases. And this is Florio. Court is calling 2023 CR 5655 and 2023 CR 6241, State of Texas versus Thomas Edward Florio. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Roberto Eversino. And Keith Engelke.
Counsels, have both of you received all the discovery in each of these cases, and did you review them with your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
In each cause, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. In each cause, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsels, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in cause number 2023 CR 5655?
No, Your Honor. Waiving count 2 and the repeater allegation, proceeding on count 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
And are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in 2023 CR 6241?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 1B and proceeding on count 1A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, and cause number, I'm sorry, in each cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Mr. Florio, did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
And cause number 2023 CR 5655, you're charged with the offense of theft, 2,500 to 30,000 of a vehicle. And cause number 2023 CR 6241, you're charged with burglary of a building with intent to commit theft. And each of those cause numbers, those are state jail felonies. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have plea bargaining agreements with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreements. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw the plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
We're off the record for a moment. Excuse me. Hi, are you with Judge Naharan? All right. Did Norma take the files over? All right, and so she has the files and I've given a lineup of the cases. Can you give that to her, please? The yellow note that I put on there.
Yeah, we were very.
Okay. So she's here for Judge Naharan. So that's the lineup.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record. And each of the cause numbers, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand in each of these cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw the plea. One moment, yes. No. I think I gave it back to you.
Is it that one? The one at
No, this is mine. All right, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Counsels, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses in any of these cases?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
We do. All right, do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Florio, in each of these cases, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the pleas?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the pleas?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Extremely.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain pages. Did you review those with your attorneys? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, Punishment is to be assessed at 18 months in the state jail facility. There's a $500 fine. There are no applications. The cases will run concurrently. The state will take in consideration 2023 CR 5653, 2023 CR 5654, night mag number 670344. There's to be restitution to Jordan Waters, Lennar, LENNAR Builders, U-Haul, Jesus Matthew Gutierrez, M.I. Holmes, Philip Lucio, Sean, SHAWN, Cobble, COBBLE. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There have not.
Then in cause number 2023 CR 5655, how do you plead to count one?
With context.
And cause number 2023 CR 6241, how do you plead to count 1A?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, in each of the cases, Your Honor, state offer state exhibit number 1 with all its attachments.
No objection.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorneys? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand? Somebody keeps dimming the lights. Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. Off the record for a moment.
That's fine.
That's the report. Look at that. Don't want that. It's fine. Judge, may I?
Yes.
On the, for the record, the state has supplemented state exhibit number 1A
Everyone, stop talking behind the court reporter. All right, yes.
and 1A on the case number 2023 CR 6241. And I've showed that with the defense counsel and the accused in this case. My understanding is no objections.
No objection.
All right, then state exhibit number 1 will be made a part of the record with the waiver of consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations without objection.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, in each cause number, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty in each cause number. Are you proceeding with sentencing in each cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
And cause number 2023 CR 5655, Court will find you guilty, sentence you to 18 months in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served. There's a $500 fine, time and money to run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2023 CR 6241. Taking consideration NIGHTMAG number 670344, 2023 CR 5653, 2023 CR 5654. There's to be restitution to Jordan Waters, Lennar Builders, U-Haul, Jesus, Matthew Gutierrez, M.I. Holmes, Philip Lucio, and Sean Cobble. And in cause number 2023 CR 6241, court will find you guilty, sentence you to $500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2023 CR 5655. There's to be restitution to Jordan Waters, Lennar Builders, U-Haul, Jesus, Matthew Gutierrez, Philip Lucio, and Sean Cobble. And the court will give you credit for any time served. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing in either cause number state? Defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, in each cause number, did you review documents entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorneys? Did you sign it and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because these are plea bargain agreements, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
51.
All right, so at some point, do you have children? All right, so you're gonna have to make a decision in your life. And you know what that decision is? Do you want to be the oldest person at the prison? When people come in and they say, how are things run here? And they say, oh, ask the oldest person at the prison. We call him Grandpa Florio. Don't be that person. When you get out, make sure you change your ways. Otherwise, you're going to be back. And at some point, you're going to end up being a habitual. And in Texas, when someone is labeled a habitual and they pick up a felony case, their minimum is 25 years. You understand? In certain cases. All right. Good luck to you.
Ready for the decision or not yet?
Yes, we are.
Everybody.
Okay, can you have them wait just a little bit? Yeah, thank you. They're telling me this should be short.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
If we could have just a couple of minutes, our witness is on the way with the investigators.
Oh, so your witness is not here yet, but they're on their way?
Yes, sir. Yes, Jen, sorry.
Okay.
So do you
All
need
right.
them out here again or?
No. I'll take up the compliance hearings. Okay.
Judge, if you want to, there is a robbery defendant that just went back. I don't know if you're going to start up right now.
Oh, and we can
I
do
have
it.
paperwork out right
All
now.
right, Deputy Laura, the robbery,
Morley,
what's his name?
Emmanuel Morley.
Emmanuel Morley. Can you just have them return him?
He's right here, Judge. We're putting him back here.
Oh, Morley, they're gonna do his plea real quick.
Morley?
Crystal Barajas.
One of the inmates.
Okay, so just give us a moment.
Sure.
Matthew Borjas.
Oh, you familiar?
Your
Yes.
Honor, I'm here for Mr. Bourgeois.
Where is he?
Stepped into the hall. Let me grab him, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So anyway, in Texas, you know, when people were saying 3 strikes and you're outlaws. All right, in Texas, this is the way it works. For some cases, if you have been to prison before, you have a prior conviction. If you have one, that makes you a repeater. So what that does is whatever felony you have, it bumps up punishment by 1 level. For example, if you had a 3rd-degree felony drug case, the range of punishment for 3rd-degree felonies are anywhere from 2 to 10 years and up to a $10,000 fine.
Like you said, you start.
But if you're a repeater, then that makes that a 2nd-degree felony punishment range. And if you're habitual, it bumps it up and you have a minimum sentence. So let's say you have a 3rd-degree felony, and again, that's 2 to 10 years. But let's say you've been to prison twice or have the 2 felony convictions, then it can bump it up and make your minimum sentence 25 years. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Where did we fail you? in?
Oh, 18 months.
Because I got a
Yes.
couple of them.
You're welcome.
Would have been necessary.
Okay, yeah, I sent an email to myself.
Oh, because sometimes if somebody does a plea agreement, and I don't think that plea agreement is sufficient, I think maybe the person should have more of a punishment. Then if I make that decision, you can withdraw your plea because that's not what you bargained for. And then, yes. You're welcome. Thank you, Deputy Laura. You've been moving around today, but you're still multitasking. Yes. Yes. All right, what is happening with this case?
This is your first sentence.
All right, just 1 second. Norma, can you check and see if there's a warrant for him? It's 2022 CR 6395.
Yeah.
Stop. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And so, no, I was just hoping to get one more step.
Good.
Good. And I had downloaded it because when I have it.
So do you have an offer?
I do have it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case. If I can have a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date, it's Matthew. How do you pronounce your last name? Bourgeois. Where are you from? All right, your accent doesn't sound Houstonian. It does sound Louisiana. It sounds like you're from Louisiana. Pronounce your last name again. Pronounce your last name again, Saud. Bourgeois. Bourgeois. Okay. After he signs the reset form. Thank you. I'm going to work on pronouncing your name. Bourgeois. All right. Ethan, who are you here for? There's someone on the.
I'm here for a compliance hearing, ma'am.
All right. And Ethan, what's your last name?
Byers, B-Y-A-R-S.
Byers, please. And State, is your witness here yet? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Thank you. Is your grandmother going to be joining us?
I don't believe so. I have no idea, man.
Okay. All right, so in order for me to make a change to your conditions,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
need to have your grandmother present.
Okay, I had no idea what a compliance hearing was. I just got a message yesterday about a compliance hearing.
Yes,
I don't.
what it is that you're requesting that you have contact with the complainant. I don't allow
Okay.
contact with complainants unless I get a chance to speak with the complainant.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
probation will call you.
Okay.
And what is your grandmother in San Antonio or no?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if you can make arrangements, well, not you, whoever it may be, if you'll give probation her contact information, and we'll request that she's here for this hearing, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
You have a wonderful day, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, you too. Okay, all right. We will take this defendant then in the back, swear him in. And if you'll let Mr. Harkowitz know to hang around and we'll take his matter up.
Diana, I'm just trying to adjust the.
Thank you. And defense, you'll be ready with your witnesses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and actually, well, when we get to, whenever you're ready to start, we'll put some on the record regarding the rule at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, the court is going to call 2019 CR 7466 State of Texas versus Roger Saucedo. If I can have parties announced for the record.
Hank Wilkins and Daniel Escobar for the state, Judge.
Leo Gonzalez and Jessica Gonzalez for Roger Saucedo.
And are you Mr. Saucedo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes,
defense?
Your Honor, we're just asking for the suspension of the rule at this time and permission to allow Mr. Saucedo's girlfriend, who has been in the courtroom, to testify during punishment. And that'd be an exception to the rule at this point.
Any objection?
Yeah, that's no objection, Judge.
All right. All right. Oh, no, Mr. Harkowitz, what we're going to do is we're going to bring your client back and we'll take up your matter. Thank you. And then whenever you're ready to line them up. He did, but I told him, just give us a moment.
Oh.
Yes. And he's waiting patiently because he knows it's off docket. You know, Tuesdays are never a good day for off docket matters.
When you have a huge document.
Wednesday at 9 a.m. is usually best for off docket matters, but exactly at 9 a.m., not, oh, we're going to stroll in at 10 because usually we're in a jury trial. And on Wednesdays, I always have the jury come in. Well, not always, but usually at 9:30 on Wednesdays. And is Daniel coming down?
He's in the back.
Okay.
Sir, I photographed some building. Hang your phone.
All right, what is your name? What is your name?
Damien,
Who are you here for?
I had a court hearing today.
You have a court hearing today in the 187 District Court? What's your SID number?
1026530.
I'm sorry, 102?
Yeah, let me just. One 026530.
All right, just give us a moment. We're going to look that up.
Thank you.
Have you spoken to your attorney?
No, I couldn't get a hold of him.
All right, we're going to make sure that happens. What did you say? Give this to Norma. That's his SID number.
Wait a minute.
Erica? All right. Is there going to be any opening statements?
Very quick, Judge.
2 minutes?
I think I could do it pretty quick.
All right. Defense, are you going to have any opening statements?
Real brief, Your Honor.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, don't time me, Judge. Then it just puts pressure on.
Oh, tell them to come back by 12:30. All right, thank you. And they'll swear your client in and have you ready. Hmm? Oh, I know, everybody's talking at the same time. But I will look at your real time. It needs to be done. We're ready?
Ready?
Yes.
All right, for the jury.
State email, yes. Or just receive. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, State. Do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor. Everyone has in their lives the before and after moment. For some people, it's graduating from college. Before and after, before your child and after you're an adult. Sometimes it's having a kid of your own. Before you're a parent, after you're not, or after you are. Some people, it's the loss of a loved one. Before you had them, afterward you don't. Zachary Specs, June 28th, 2018, this is before and after moment. Before that point, he had the full use of his vision. He was able to live independently. He was able to be his own person. After June 28th of 2018, he no longer has that ability. He has to live in an assisted living home. He's not able to work and provide for himself. He's not able to do the things that he used to love doing. He asked me to consider that when hearing all the evidence in the punishment days. Thank you.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Gentlemen, we appreciate the time you took in reviewing the evidence in the last 2 days. Counsel's right, there is a before and after, and there is a before and after for Mr. Saucedo. And you're gonna hear during this portion of the trial, he has no criminal history. First time he's ever been involved in anything with law enforcement. And that this moment has changed a lot, what he has done, what he's had to do, and how he lives his life now. We do respect your verdict, but we believe because the lifestyle he lives and the responsibilities that he has, we're gonna ask you to recommend that he be placed on probation. And we're gonna ask that you consider how everything happened on that particular occasion. And we believe that that's sufficient for you to recommend he be placed on probation.
All right, State, call your first witness.
State calls Zachary Specs.
All right, if you'll have a seat and you're still under oath. State.
Zachary.
Zachary Specs.
All right, State.
Zachary, before June 28th of 2018,
How would you describe your vision?
It was good vision. I was able to drive and everything.
And
I'm
here's Zachary,
sorry,
can you speak
just
up?
1 second. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up so that the court reporter and the jurors can hear.
Zachary, right in front of you, there's a microphone. You could put your hand on it. It's to your left. There you go. If you could speak into that, just so everyone can hear. So before June 28th of 2018, can you again say, how would you describe your vision?
My vision was clear. I was able to drive.
Were you able to live alone?
Yes,
Were you employed?
yes.
What were you employed as?
I was employed as a spot welder at Dean Steel, and I was also at a landscaping business that I did on the side 3 days a week.
And
Basically Monday through Saturday.
you said that landscaping business, was that your own business?
Yes,
How long did you had that business?
not too long, about like 4 months.
And let's get into after June 28th of 2018. How long were you in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital about 3 weeks.
Did you have to undergo any surgeries?
Yes,
What type of surgeries?
I had to undergo intensive surgery on my head trauma. So they had to put metal plates on my head. And they had to put screws on my cheekbones and around my nose area, the top part of my nose. So that was all broken.
Can you point, where did they have to install metal plates?
Right here, like on my head. I still have an incision for going right across right here. At the time.
And how was your vision after June 28th of 2018?
It's my left eye is blurry and my right eye is completely blind. So
When you say blurry, what do you mean by that?
it's incorrectable. Like I pretty much I can't drive and I can't like live by myself. I can't live in a regular place, basically.
Where do you currently live now?
I live in a disabled facility on housing.
And what do you do for work now?
And I don't work.
Zachary, are you able to enjoy the things that you used to do before June 28th of 2018?
Not at all.
So give me an example. What are you talking about?
Can't watch TV. Can't, as far as leisure stuff, I can't pretty much can't go to the movies. I can't really do too much. I mean, I exercise. That's about it.
Pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down.
Here's Zachary. So, right here.
All right, state, call your next witness.
State rest, Judge.
Defense.
All right, the defense calls Shauna Malone.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so the court reporter and the jurors can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Yes, my name is Shauna Malone. That's SHAUNA, and then Malone is MALONE.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Malone, please state how you know Roger Saucedo.
We actually had went to school together, but we've been dating since 2018.
You've been dating since 2018?
Yes,
You were not living at the household whenever this incident took place,
correct. I was not there.
and you started dating him after the incident had taken place.
Yes.
But you didn't know him prior to the incident.
Correct.
Um, since the incident, have you lived at that residence?
Yes.
How have you observed changes to Roger since you've lived there at that residence?
He's a lot more to himself. He's very picky about who he does work for because he's a mechanic, so he doesn't really take any from strangers. He's very worried. We put up lights, cameras, everything trying to protect the home. He rarely leaves. He only leaves if he have to, and it's normally for like his mom or his niece or something like that.
Who lives at the household with you?
It's me and Roger, and we have a 2-year-old son.
Okay. Anybody else stay there, or is anybody else that
Yes.
you're in charge of taking care of?
His mom and his niece.
How old's the niece?
She's about 11.
What's her name?
Aubrey.
Aubrey? You said you have a 2-year-old
Yes, Theodore Douglas.
and a boy?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned his work is not as much as it was before.
Correct. He's still trying. However, with everything going on, he gets real worried. He has trouble sleeping. He has trouble eating. He's suffering from anxiety and PTSD. Sorry, I have anxiety. But yes, there's been a big decline.
When exactly did you start dating him? Do you remember?
We started talking in August, and I was in there by about November or so.
And that was 2018.
Correct. Yes, sir.
How was he acting from August 2018? Like, what did you notice different about him?
He's a lot more to himself. He doesn't go anywhere. Like, we never really went like on an official date because he doesn't like to leave the property or anything like that unless it's just for like the family or something like that.
Do you still have concerns about your safety, and does he still have concerns from what you've observed about y'all's safety living at that residence?
Absolutely. There's been people firing guns in the alleyway, and I called the police myself and spoke with them and told them, and they never sent anybody out there. I watched the whole night waiting for someone to come. Nobody ever showed up.
Have y'all made plans to try to get out of that residence?
Yes, it's financial situation. We definitely would like to leave. It's a bad area. I've lived there my whole life. I got shot while walking home in the 3rd grade.
Tell this jury about how it would affect your household if Roger is removed from the household.
He's the man of the house. He's the only male that we have there. So my son would lose his father figure. And then also Aubrey would be affected as she would lose her father figure, the person who takes care of her.
Tell us about the relationship between him and Aubrey.
Aubrey does not have her father. Her grandmother has custody of her. And so Roger plays a big part of that. She listens to him more. Yeah, I don't know if it's because it's a male. She tends to not listen to the grandma as much, try to get away with stuff. Roger is normally the person that, he says her behave, she behaves. He makes sure she does her homework, goes to school, she dresses appropriately for her age and all of that.
I'll pass witness, Sean.
State.
Nothing from the state.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Defense calls Roger Saucedo, Your Honor. And
All right, you're still under oath. Defense.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Saucedo, you've been here, you've heard the verdict from the jury.
Yes, sir.
You understand the possibilities regarding your possible punishment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Saucedo, have you ever been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state?
No, sir.
And Mr. Saucedo, have you ever been in trouble with the law prior to this incident?
No.
We've heard a little bit about how things have changed for you since it happened from Shauna. Tell us a little bit how it's affected you since this incident.
I'm just always worried about something's gonna happen to my mother or me.
or now my son.
Tell me how it's affected your ability to work.
I used to have people come to me all the time because everybody knows me in my neighborhood to fix cars and bikes. But now when they come, I worry because I don't know who they associate with. I'm worried they might know the person. So I don't just take anybody anymore. I have to know them for a very long time to do work for them, to trust them.
After this incident, did you ever see Mr. Specs again?
At one time, yes,
And how is it that that came about?
I was with my mother.
And what did you feel when you saw that? When you saw him?
Worried.
Let me ask you this. You don't do the same. Well, what are you trained to do? What kind of work have you been trained as a normally that you do regularly?
A machinist and welder.
Did you ever have a regular job doing that kind of work?
I used to work at Blackland Air Force Base for 13 years.
And why did you stop working there?
Because at the time they told me my mother couldn't take my sister's kids and my niece's kids because they were on drugs. So they needed somebody to fully take care of them. So my mom, I wanted her to be able to retire and not lose her pension and everything. So I decided to quit my job to take care of the kids.
And so you've stayed home?
Yes, sir.
And so is that when you began doing automotive work or mechanic work in your house?
I went back to the trades I learned in high school.
Do you still do that work?
I try.
How do you decide who you're going to do that work for?
Only people I know with the same type of vehicles I have because they know me as a certain person who do only certain vehicles.
Now, we've talked about the possibility that you could get probation.
Yes, sir.
And you understand that on probation, you could be asked to take classes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Would you do those if the court ordered them to?
Yes, sir.
Did the court order you to do regular urinalysis to make sure you weren't using drugs or alcohol? Would you do that?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had any problems with drug or alcohol?
No, sir, I don't do drugs and my dad died from alcohol.
You understand they may be asking you to do community service,
Yes, sir.
which may require you to leave the household.
Yes, sir.
Would you abide by that?
Yes, sir.
You heard from Shauna about that you don't really leave the house except for your mom. What do you do for your mom?
Attend mostly to everything she needs to be done. I try to do as much as I can because she's in her 70s, so I try to do everything possible, fix everything in the house, try to take her to work, take care of kids, do shopping for her, mostly anything, make it easier for her because she's older already.
You said take her to work. Where do you take her?
Take her, she works at a church taking care of nuns.
How long has she done that?
Probably 20 years.
You understand that one of the other conditions would be that you not have any contact with Mr. Specs, and you would abide by that?
That wouldn't be no problem.
And also that you not pick up any new offenses. You could abide by that?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you lived at this residence?
Probably more than 28, like 30.
Have you taken steps to try to leave that location?
Yes, but it's just having my sister, kids, and everything else, it's like financial. Worrying about it, paying for all the kids' medical bills, everything comes with it. I don't get no assistance at all from day one since I had them since they were babies. get no food stamps. Everything came out of my own pocket and my savings.
I'll pass witness, Your Honor.
State?
Do you respect this jury's verdict?
Yes, sir.
And you heard what Zachary had to say just now.
Yes, sir.
And during guilt innocence, you said that you didn't know if he was blind or not. You said, I guess that's what you say, or something along that lines. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So now you would agree that your actions that day greatly impacted Zach's life.
I'm not an expert of saying he's fully blind.
But your actions that day impacted him, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any remorse for what happened?
A lot.
Do you have any concern for Zach and how the rest of his life is going to play out?
Somewhat, but I think of my family first.
Do you still think that what you did on that day was the right thing to do?
Yes.
Pass a witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
That's rest, Your Honor.
State, do you close?
Rest and close, Judge.
Defense, do you close?
Rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you will give us a few minutes, would you all prefer your lunch break now? Or would you all like to come back at 12 to hear closing arguments? 12? All right, so you are not to start deliberating on punishment yet. Remember my instructions. I'll let you know when it's time to deliberate on punishment. I just have a few matters that I need to take up, and then we will bring you back in. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. Right, everyone, please be seated. And Deputy, if you could bring out Harkowitz's client so he can be sworn in. And if someone could call Harkowitz and tell him to be here. Yes. All right, Christopher Barajas. Where? Okay. All right, just let them know and they'll bring her out. Barajas, and who else do you need?
When are they coming? 20 minutes? Yeah.
Oh, just, they're gonna let me know if they're actually doing their jury selection and impact. And once they start doing that and let me know, I'll give you your reset date. All right, thank you for your patience.
No, not right now. So, keep holding. That was. They had sent it back in the forms of you. Something else. Mhm.
No, I don't have that file. Let me see. Oh, yes, I do have that file.
Other
Oh,
training.
this case was scheduled at 9 a.m., so they need to wait. Yes. Follow Cooper, please. Cooper. Sean, you. Oh, it might be here. Sean, you are the helpful probation officer lending sweaters.
But there's nothing, no presentation.
Ah, I have it. She is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Amia Cooper. And state and defense, I already know there are a couple of things that need to be taken out.
Okay.
Barbara just sent the standard.
Okay.
Ms. Cooper. So you're asking to be transferred to Bell County?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So who do you know in Bell County?
I have my child there. I have a few, they're friends, but they're more like adopted, like you adopted them to your family, like your extended family.
Mhm.
So I've been getting a lot of help since I've been out.
All right. And have you been maintaining your sobriety?
Yes, ma'am. I actually put in a whole bunch of applications. I got a few jobs that is actually lined up, but the only thing I need to get is my ID. And I'm having issues with that because of my birth certificate. But other than that,
All right. What issues are you having with your ID?
one, I don't have my birth certificate or my social due to. Yes, ma'am. And I've been trying to see if my mom can send it, but the copy that she has is under a totally different name and stuff like that.
Oh, well, you know, you can go online and order it. I mean, it costs.
Yeah,
But if you talk to probation about that, I'm sure they'll be able to help you.
yes, ma'am.
All right. And when's the last time you had your UA?
I want to say since the last time.
And when was that? Has it been this month?
No, ma'am. I'm just not hearing from probation last week.
Okay. All right. So we'll do a UA today. And Bashan,
Yes, Shauna.
if her UA is okay, then we'll do the, I'll allow for her to transfer to Bell County. And make sure that probation has reviewed that location.
Yes, Shauna.
So you're going to do a UA today, okay? And what are the results going to be?
I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be negative because of my tooth. I've been having a massive toothache.
Is that
This one and
prescription?
this one? Yes, ma'am. I don't have it with me though.
All right. So you're going to have to provide prescription for that. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're still going to do a UA today. All right. Yeah. Court is calling 2023 CR 4007B, State of Texas versus Emmanuel Nathaniel Morley. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason, you're handing on.
Defense?
Stephen Hartwoods for Mr. Morley.
And are you Mr. Morley? Counsel, you received all the discovery. Did you review it with your client? Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Morley, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you
Yes, Your
sign it?
Honor.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of robbery? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargaining agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Morley, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No,
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
no,
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
yes,
Are you a U.S. citizen?
yes,
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison?
yes,
All right, I'm going to show you, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
yes,
According to the plea, there's to be a $1,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution of Charles Williams. Did you understand that to be the plea?
yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
It is wrong.
Waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 10 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Charles Williams and Mario Aguilar. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes,
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
no consent.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State for state exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, Your Honor.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I'd just like to ask the court to follow the recommendation of the state. Now, Mr. Morley, he tells me that currently he's homeless, that and we've discussed him going to the Haven for Hope, to hopefully that they can help him get back on his feet. He certainly is reaching out for whatever assistance the court can help in that regards, that he could be successful on this probation. I've suggested him be honest with his probation officer, whatever help, as opposed to getting in trouble, then reaching out for help. But that's kind of his current situation right now, Your Honor.
All right, how old are you?
30.
How far did you go in school?
I dropped out of high school.
Do you have any children? Why are you homeless?
So situation.
What is the drug situation?
Got it wrong here.
I do not understand what you mean. Let me just tell you something. Stop. The way you're telling me your story, you're doing that Seinfeld, where, have you ever watched Seinfeld? In Seinfeld, somebody would start telling the story and they would say, oh, I was walking down the street yesterday and yada, yada, here I am in prison. I need the yada, yada from you and for you to tell me what that is. So what drug situation are you talking about?
Smoking marijuana, ice, man, drinking. Once I dropped out of high school, I became on my own.
All right. Why are you taking things that don't belong to you?
No, I said once.
No, I'm talking about this police report. You took somebody's jacket, that brown leather jacket.
No, I didn't do that. That situation was between me and two other person.
Oh, well, I mean, they're saying that both of you all, I'm assuming we're working together. So again, we're back to the point. Why are you taking things that do not belong to you?
I did not, John.
Oh, you want a jury trial?
No, I'll take probation.
All right, so let's stop pretending that what I'm not reading in a police report is true because you stipulated to it. So this person had a brown leather jacket that was taken and other clothing that was taken from him.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to figure out, why are you doing this?
On drugs, I was in a situation that it was a confusing situation. Whatever had been said, it was not in a true statement, what's been said. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
No, you're not in the wrong. I don't know why when people commit a crime, they say they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. No, you're not. You're where you wanted to be. The people who are there minding their own business, not committing crimes, guess what? They're not in the wrong place at the wrong time either. Somebody came up and committed a crime and they're the victim. For example, if I'm at McDonald's enjoying a Big Mac or whatever, and somebody comes in and takes my items, guess what? I'm not in the wrong place at the wrong time because I meant to go there to McDonald's and enjoy my Big Mac. The person who comes in and robs me, guess what? They're not in the wrong place at the wrong time because they chose to be there. So can we stop saying I'm at the wrong place at the wrong time? Because we're not. We're where we wanted to be. And according to this police report, you were there and you took somebody's clothing. And the fact that people are homeless, that doesn't mean that you get the right to then take what other people have. Oops, I'm homeless. Oops, I have a drug problem. Thank you. I took somebody's items. So I don't know what's going on with your client. I don't know about his drug history. Someone said this for a PSI. So Norma, can I have a PSI setting for Mr. Morley?
That's when probation, they talk to you and they write a report to the judge. To find it.
And do a TAP evaluation. All right, we'll be back on September 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Jason, Michael Gross, did he already leave?
He stepped out, I just don't believe it all.
Okay. Okay, well, let him know we're here. It's off docket, but we'll be here. Okay, Crystal Barajas. Who's here for that person? Okay. All right, what's happening on this case?
Judge, first setting, we'd ask for a little more time for a plea deadline.
Do you have all the discovery?
Not quite.
State, did you tender an offer?
Judge, we haven't yet. We're trying to, there's several cases here, so I'd like to do something that incorporates all the cases, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Barajas? And that will be your plea deadline date. I'm sorry, not plea deadline date. State, you'll need to make an offer by that date.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm like, I need to get
All right, we'll be back on August 28th.
Thank you, Judge.
welcome. I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be so drugged up. For the surgery, I got it, but I think it's gonna drive me.
You still have one.
All right, who else is in the box?
I don't know if it's
Who is with the gentleman with the tattoos on the face?
taken out. I was like 3. My counsel's in mine, yeah.
Who is his attorney?
I remember I could only like put in and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but you were 3. It's
Yeah,
like-
exactly. But what's funny is that I remember my dad was like, they put me under anesthesia. So like Super Friends was on TV and he was like, when who's that? Who's that? He's like, don't answer. She wanted to make sure that I was still alert.
Yeah.
Cracked me up. I always had
The
that
the
memory.
person with the tattoos on the face, what is this?
I
Sir,
don't
what's
know.
your name? McCullough. Have you seen your attorney?
Wasn't like it was
All right.
that idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Voice. Yeah. So I have.
All right. State in defense on Saucedo. Have you all had a chance to review the jury charge?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and we're not on the record just yet, Dinah. All right, any objections?
No, Your Honor, no mistake.
Right. And so I guess the only thing, the court already informed us that you're aware that removing some things, I guess was talking about the
All right,
defendant
so
testifying.
which part are you asking to be removed, defense?
About the defendant testifying, Your Honor, because obviously he testified, but other than that, there's nothing else.
All right, so I'll remove that. We're going to go on the record. In 2019 CR 7466. If parties can make announcements, state.
Daniel Escobar and Hank Wilkins with state.
Defense.
Leo Gonzalez and Jessica Gonzalez for Roger Saucedo.
All right, have both parties had a chance to review the punishment charge, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, state?
Your Honor, I think the only objection both sides had, it was the portion on page 4 where it was about the defendant not testifying.
Oh, that's already been removed.
Just
All
making
right,
sure.
sure. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Laura, are you okay to bring the jury in?
I need everybody to come.
And 10 minutes each?
That's fine, Judge. You're good.
And then Diana, after we do closing arguments, we're taking a break.
She saw.
Mhm.
Oh, Diana, can you come here for a second?
I was talking to Gilmore this weekend. I don't know if I'll be the next one. He's like, we gotta start projecting to for comments. Any other? Any other?
I hope they.
Objections?
Yes,
Any other?
yes.
Like, do it nicely.
Did you take Mr. Salcedo back?
You're soliciting objection.
The deputy.
Not your job. That's what their hands here for.
Could somebody knock on the door and tell them Mr. Saucedo needs to be here?
We told him, Judge, I think she's by herself, so I think she's having.
Herself, so I think she's putting them out and then bring them back.
Okay. All right, okay, all right, thanks.
It's okay.
And she has to remove his.
You post anything?
Mhm. Well, I don't know what his legs, but he should have put.
I was trying to make sure nobody's taking him away.
Yes, they're taking them away.
Yeah,
It's fine, Andrew, need to help us, but.
You okay? Leg bothering you?
They have that thing on my leg.
Oh, you still have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Or cities, I think.
I wonder if the fires in Greece have finally stopped.
If you're curious, the Arby's sauce that is bottled and sold at Walmart.
That's good.
No,
Really?
it does not taste anything like Arby's sauce.
So
I was
I've
so mad.
never had Arby's sauce, so I don't remember even last time I ate Arby's, so that's why.
Love Arby's sauce. Love Arby's sauce. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it went bad, but it was just incredibly disgusting. I was like, no, grab the Chick-fil-A sauce. What was the sauce that you and Abby were trying to tell me was really good? Is it Sonic sauce?
Zax sauce.
What is Zax?
It's the sauce from Zaxby's.
Yes.
Zaxby's.
All right. You can't stop that. I feel like there was
Another one at Golden Chick. I
Golden Chick.
can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the charge of the court on punishment. Remember, you don't have to memorize it because you'll receive a copy in the back with you. Charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, by your verdict returned in this case, you have found the defendant, Roger Saucedo, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and the jury assessed the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. If there is any evidence before you that the defendant may have previously committed an act of misconduct other than that for which you have convicted him, you are instructed that this evidence, if any, was admitted to assist you, if it does, in determining what sentence is appropriate in the case at hand. You may consider that evidence in assessing punishment only if you first believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other act of misconduct, if any. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to whether any other such act of misconduct was committed, or as to whether the defendant was involved in such other act of misconduct, if any, then you will wholly disregard the evidence, if any, which may relate to any such matter. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to be fixed the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached hereto for your verdict if you should care to use the same. However, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, Bexar County, Texas. Verdict forms are attached. State, are you ready to proceed with closing arguments? Defense, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Heard from. Does respect your verdict. He did answer that he still feels like he's justified in what he did. He does, because he didn't just say that to try to get you influenced into a certain decision based on, because he felt he was justified and still does. He does admit he does have some remorse for what took place exactly. He never intended to cause that kind of injury vacuum. As he had told you during guilt innocence, and still now, he felt it was necessary to do everything to protect himself and his family. In regard, ladies and gentlemen, on page 2, the important part I want you to look at is we have applied for probation. When I have applied for probation, one way he can get probation is if you sentence him to undertake. That's the first part we want you to look at. To consider sentencing him under 10 years age. To a man who worked, taking care of his own child now, his sister's children, his mother, now his girlfriend, who was in his own backyard doing what he felt was necessary during this particular night. Yes, the lives of 2 people have changed because of their actions on this night. But he deserves an opportunity to still be with his family and still show he's a productive member of the community. He has told you he will abide by all conditions that the court asks him to abide by. The next paragraph talks about any what's called extraneous offense. If you believe that he's committed any other offense, then it has to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt for you to consider. Well, no other evidence of any other offenses have been presented to you and provided to you. Not during guilt innocence, not during the punishment phase. Prior to this incident in 2018, no incidents. Since this incident in 2018, no incidents. The first time he's ever been in law enforcement in any type of capacity. It's the first time he's ever been charged at all. Going backyard. You're given a specific portion about parole. Tell you this is what might happen in parole. But also the next step is told to you, you can't consider what may or may not be done in parole. Because it's not up to you to make that decision, it's not up to the judge, it's up to Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. So you're not to consider when or not he might be paroled at all. So that's not for you to consider at this point. In this verdict form, ladies and gentlemen, we're asking that you assess this punishment to less than 10 years in that form right here. We're also asking that you look at the bottom portion of that form and suspend his imposition of that sentence to place him on probation. Give him an opportunity to still be with his family, still be a productive member of society. And despite how things have gone in this particular case from his respects, he deserves to be given that opportunity to still be with those he loves, who he was trying to protect on this particular night. Thank you, Mr.
Right, state.
On June 28th of 2018, defendant
then Zach respects his own personal preferences. There was that before and after moment that I talked about earlier. Before, Zachary was able to live his life independently, to hold down work. And he was able to enjoy the little things in life that we take for granted now. Can't do those things anymore. Because of what Roger decided to do. Roger decided to take away that opportunity for him to lead that type of life. Enjoy those things. And you heard it from Roger. He still believes that what he did was right. Despite a guilty verdict in his case, that he thinks that he did the right thing back. Despite hearing from Zachary about how it affected him, despite all the evidence that was presented, he still thinks that what he did on that night was the right thing to do. And by his own admission, I think something he'd be willing to do again. He thinks it was right then, he'd be willing to do it again. Zach is never gonna get it back from his vision. He's gonna have to live each and every day living with the consequences of Roger's actions. The state is asking for 10 years in prison. He is eligible for probation. If you decide to go that route, please make sure that it is the maximum amount of probation time that you can do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna send you back to the room. Again, the alternates, you'll need to stay around. We're gonna send you back to the room and you can begin your deliberation on punishment. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. Please be seated.
You start your time.
Nah.
It's each of me.
All right, so you have Thomas. All right, Ms. Ferguson, what case is going to trial down there? What case is in trial? All right, Mr. and everyone else, if you were not here at 9, you need to come back at 3 o'clock. So any attorneys who were not here at 9 a.m., I will see you and your client back at 3 o'clock. And yes, that is a form of punishment because everybody's been here since 9 and everybody needs to take a lunch break. I haven't had a lunch break. The court reporter hasn't had a lunch break and the staff hasn't had a lunch break. So we are not going to make other people's emergencies our priority because we need a break. So if you are not here at 9 a.m. and by being here at 9 a.m., I mean, you're here and your attorney's here. If that did not happen, see you all at 3:30. All right. Mr. Marco Thomas. All right, so my understanding, Norma, on this case, this is at,
You just talk to me.
how long do you expect this jury trial to be?
Your Honor, probably 2 days, 2 or 3 days, but not very long. I don't think there's very many.
All right. And Jason, this is family violence.
Family violence, yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, they're saying that their jury trial will take 2 to 3 days. Can you give me a reset? All right, September 5th, does that work?
I believe so, Your Honor. Let me just double check.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that's a great day.
All right, so if you'll sign the reset form and Ms. Ferguson, we'll give that to you. And once you sign it, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, may I just clarify if it was 3 or 3:30? I wrote down both, so I want to make sure I'm here. Is that
Not, 3:30.
3:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Jury trial.
It's very specific.
And I'm sorry, Norma, what case did you say the jury is being selected on?
Very
All right,
specific
thank you.
Instruction.
First row, just me. The third chair. I thought it was.
And Diana, they're ordering lunch for the jurors.
No.
It was not. No,
Mm.
okay.
I was talking to Marissa and the 290th and the
Yes.
family violence prosecutors about this,
What are we ordering lunch
and then
from?
later Marissa.
I told him that you gave them a choice,
Mhm,
you
okay.
have lunch or not, and he said no, and
Oh, so no lunch. They don't want any lunch.
They don't want
this will be happening. I told.
No, I think they are.
If I judges to the third time.
Okay.
I have seen.
All right, no problem. And Norma, since they're doing jury selection on those other cases, can you have those attorneys come back so we can give them resets?
Yeah, this is what we see all the time, is we're doing these things.
Mhm.
And
All right, on Theodore McCullough,
like, I think there may have actually been a.
All right.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
they'll bring him out.
We did it about, is it Eduardo? There's one, this one defense attorney. Who was getting.
You're welcome.
See you later, Andrea.
Saying that.
Counsel, thank you for your patience.
On both. And then they'll file a motion. and-
All right, so what is happening with this case?
I believe that defense counsel has to prove it, Daniel.
Really bad.
I was just discussing that with him.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
What are our
Believe so.
options? Can we hire you type situations?
Offer tender?
Just to confirm. Yeah.
All right, so where do you see this case going? I'm assuming you want to get the offer, correct?
Yes.
All right, so they're going to give you an offer, then let me know what you want to do. All right, thank you.
I heard my rumor about it.
Yeah.
It can, if they, we'll wait. If they ask for it, we'll send it back.
Right.
All right, so Vashon,
And then Judge. Was having the clerks pull up some contempt of court papers. That was with Moritz.
Mhm. That was a big-
It was a baby. It was a baby.
And
She was. In probation by 5 years.
it was like 50
Mhm.
50 something. No, it's
you want to talk to Jason?
Yes. And
Thank you. He did it all, so.
it was what it was.
CTD. Yeah, so if you want to talk to them and see
Are they out for punishment now?
Mhm.
what they wish to do, and if you'll
So,
give this to him.
hopefully that they're just
Wow.
doing the verdict.
Oh, did they just go back?
Yeah, like
Okay.
6 minutes ago.
Okay, 6 minutes?
Well,
6 minutes ago.
No, and it was going to be lunch while they confer, but I don't, my understanding, they don't want lunch.
Yep.
oh, is everyone in?
Who doesn't want lunch?
These aren't my clients.
Oh, no, we are.
Oh, they could be. Oh, wait, is that your client?
Yes.
Then maybe.
Oh. So this is pre-Festivus. I thought it was already 1 o'clock. I see it's not 1. But I know it's been hard on you because everybody's whispering, everybody's talking at the same time. Yes, why was today so chaotic?
Well, at least not in Bear County.
Hello.
Hi, Judge.
Hi. Robert Smith?
None of my clients want to show up, Judge.
No. So where is Mr. Smith?
I have no idea.
All right, just give us a second. I'm gonna have, just give us a moment. Sergio,
Yes, sir.
could I see you and your client, please? Romero, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Hello, again, you always dress appropriately for court. I greatly appreciate that. All right, so she's scheduled for jury trial, but there's another case that's going to trial right now. So how long do you anticipate this case would last?
I genuinely believe it's like a 2-day trial, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Laura Romero, can I have a reset date for jury trial?
September 5th.
All right, September 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you all sign the reset forms, then I'll see you back here on September 5th.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Sorry. Very quickly, Judge, and I don't mean to take up too much more of the court's time. I also have Steve Terrazas here. It's on a motion that I get filed for, it's kind of a living situation bond motion.
Just give me one moment. Let me write this down.
Sure.
You factored in 31.
All right, who's your person?
Terrazas is the last one, Judge.
Let me see.
And so it's a motion that we filed for a bond issue. However,
Just in general
the
practice
witness
for
that we
felons,
would have on that.
it's a lot easier to
will not
predict
be,
in this
would not be
situation.
available
Those things
until,
always
I believe,
happen. It's a
Thursday
lot
or
easier to
Friday.
predict things to me. I don't always see
So
what she can do.
I'm asking the
With
court if I would be
felons,
able to have,
we just gotta excuse
to
your
have
rate
this
for the
recall,
next
of course, at the
week.
court's
Every
convenience, but
minute.
right.
Well, I will tell you, we won't be able to do it on Thursday because I'm being told we have a top heavy docket on Thursday.
Understood, Judge.
So the earliest thing we would be able to do it would be Monday.
Monday. Okay.
Yes.
What I can do, Judge, is to verify if she can be available. I think the question I do have, Judge, is if she's only available by certain children, she's a child.
Oh, just ask the state if they have no objections to that. Usually they have no objections.
Very good. I will, and I'll let the court know. Thank you.
Okay.
I do not like the idea of ending, closing evidence and taking the next, like a full weekend. Like the
Right.
next day, it's a little odd, but okay.
Right.
But the whole weekend, you called that one last week. I was kind of hoping we would somehow make it to presenting our case
Mhm.
Monday.
I kind of was too.
Are you, Dinah, are you okay? Let me go on the record briefly for this. Okay. Ms. Cross, if you'll come forward. And Jason, are you able to take this? Her client didn't appear and they're on a PR bond.
I just was texting with him, actually. I'm waiting
Oh.
to see if I get a response. Apparently he was here this morning and he walked in and I guess saw the jury trial going on and thought he was in the wrong place.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out where he.
All right, have him come back
Apparently he
at,
went back home after he saw that, Judge.
all right, tell him to be back here by 3:30.
By 3:30? Okay.
Thank you.
Like how I have.
And this is a family violence. case,
I get
too.
these emails.
Okay.
From clients are like, so the next court date, I'm not gonna be able to make it, so can we just prove it? Like.
All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Joseph gives me a hard time.
And
I'm like, no, you don't.
Alex Arizola. All right, if you come forward, please.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. So they were requesting that you be sent to SATF. Were you aware of that?
No.
And it's because they're saying that you're not following through on what's being asked of you. So this is what I'm going to tell you. But Sean, on this case, this is what I'm going to do. You're going to be on the UA hotline until further notice. Yes?
Judge, I believe one of the issues is possibly with, his work schedule with the UA hotline.
Mhm.
Is there a way, and I know that we've done this before, possibly that we allow or give him a 24-hour after he's supposed to be there, give him 24 hours so that he can submit?
Yes. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. May I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, I've been working real hard, and I've been clean. I've been staying clean. I've been trying to do everything to just show myself and prove to myself that I can stay in that path. I thank you for hearing me out right now. Thank you for letting me have my wife here with me present. I've been on the straight arrow. I've been trying to stay straight, and I am. I'm not trying. I've been doing it. And all I ask is that just to give me that chance, because I know I could do it. I've been doing.
I appreciate what you're saying. And let me just tell you what I would always tell my clients when I had them.
Mhm.
I would ask them, what do you think your trust level is with the court? And they would say, oh, it's 90%. I'm like, no. Then they'd say it's 1%. I'm like, no. They would say, what is it? I said, your trust level right now is less than 0. And you have to build up that trust level. And the way to build that up is you always have documentation. And I would tell them, always have documentation for everything.
Right.
And you will know when your trust has built up is when you have a situation, maybe with your probation officer, where you don't show up for something and you call them and you say, I couldn't show up. I was at work. I have my documentation. And they'll say, oh, no, Alex, we know we don't need the documentation for that because this is the first time we've had this situation. So you're in a situation where you're slowly building up your trust. And part of building up that trust, you need to make sure I have the UAs.
Okay.
Because if I don't have the UAs, there's a problem because this is a 10-year sentence case.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you want to go to prison, do you?
No, I want to be with my family. I want to continue working where I work. I have a great job that's been supporting me, my daughter, and my family.
So what that means is do not come back before me not having done your UAs. All right. Now, probation is giving you an option and trying to work with you by saying, once there's a call for you to do UA, you have 24 hours. If you do not show up, the next thing that's going to come across my desk is going to be a motion to revoke. So this is us. The reason why you don't have an attorney here, the reason why this isn't on the record with the court reporter is because this is a compliance hearing. This is us having a conversation. This is me getting your attention. And I tell everybody who comes before me, if there is an issue, discuss it with probation. This whole issue with my job is the issue. You need to discuss that with probation. And then if you feel as though probation is not addressing it, then come to the court. You understand?
Do that. I have to come to the court. And
Oh yeah, I tell everybody that.
that's good.
But there's a chain of command.
There's a chain
The
of
first person you need to speak to is probation. And Ms. Abrams will tell you probation knows how I run this court. They know that I'm hoping that everybody is successful on probation.
That's all I want.
I don't take any joy in sending people to prison, but if it's warranted, I will send you to prison, right? So, Ms. Abrams, he's going to do the UA hotline until further notice, but let them know he has 24 hours to report. Understand? All right, you're welcome. Anything else you need?
I'm just going to continue doing everything that I'm doing, staying, working hard for my family, for myself, but most of all doing it for myself. I'm just want to keep doing everything that I've been doing these past 3 months. Have been so great to me. I've opened my eyes a lot. I went through a lot last year losing my brother. It's been a hard road, but I've been doing good.
You know, and I'm gonna continue doing it. My job is what helps me a lot, but most of all, my family. I got my support,
Okay,
but my wife, you know, my kids, my mom, my dad, you know.
all right. Okay, probation will go over that with you, all right? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
God bless you.
Oh, thank you. God bless you too. All right, what is happening with Mr. McCullough?
Got a plea.
All right.
I'm doing paperwork.
All right, so we're going to do that plea, and then Diana, we will take our lunch break. All right. Tell them they need to be here exactly at 9 a.m.
Judge, for this, Esmeralda Valdez.
Mhm.
should I tell the defense-
Is that a plea?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, it's a plea and the defendant is in custody, I believe.
All right, and who's the attorney?
Megan Enriquez, she works with Mr.
I think is Megan the one who's in jury trial?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll come back at 9 a.m. for that one.
Okay, good deal, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and Norma, Brandon Wright is tomorrow. All right, and then Esmeralda Valdez is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Jorge Macias Castro.
I think George Street. I texted him, not respond.
All right, Norma, that'll be tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I don't have the cell number, Judge, so.
That's okay. And Juan Tehran tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I just texted him.
Right. And that trial on Raul Reyes will start up at 9:30. Benny Santos. All right. And Diaz tomorrow at 9 a.m. And Norma, the parties on Robert Garcia need to be back here at 3:30. And Damian Huff. All right, so after we take up this plea, then we're gonna come back at 3:30. Of course, if the jury comes back before then, we'll be back before then.
Judge, the one on Robert Garcia.
Yes, she came in, but I don't believe Robert Garcia was addressed. And Simpkins is on that as well.
I know since you guys said before your funeral, I didn't know if we talked to you about community.
All right, I'll take it up after we do this and everybody has a chance to have some lunch because, I discovered when people don't have any lunch, the thought process is not what it should be.
You can say it's that.
And Brittany, are you able to check this SID number to see if this person is even in our court? I don't remember them. I think they're sending it to the wrong court, maybe. I just don't recognize this name, and I don't know if I don't recognize it because it's pre-indictment. Okay, listen, you can come back up. Just let me know whenever you're ready.
Here we go.
All right, his SID number is 1179082. We've been getting a lot of people with the last name Boyd.
Adrian Boyd.
Is that with us?
This nightmare. It does say 187. Looks like it was assigned for us.
We have a case that's just been assigned today.
It's a nightmare.
So in this court, because there was something wrong with the system as far as which court receives which cases and how many, the system couldn't correct if it were cases that were not indicted. So for a while, and it may have started again, I was receiving more cases than I'm supposed to receive because we have district courts and cases are supposed to go to different courts. And the numbers of cases that you receive is supposed to be as close as possible. There may be, it's supposed to be maybe 4 or 5 cases off, but I was receiving more than 900 cases that I should not have received. I think I had received about 950 cases. And of course, we kept them and worked through them. But the way to stop that from happening is all the courts agreed that they would not have pre-indicted cases. I still will do pre-indicted cases if defense attorneys tell me, yes, they want to do pre-indicted cases, or they tell me, or there's something about the case that's been brought to my attention, maybe by the court coordinator, and I'll bring them in. And sometimes if someone has a mental health condition and that's what's happening, I'll usually get notified by the jail or notified by defense counsel, or I'll see something based upon the charge. Maybe that person has mental health issues. Usually in your arson cases, not all the time, but I will say from what I've seen, if somebody who's charged with arson, probably about 45 to 50% of the time, there's some mental health issues going on. So things like that always come to my attention. In cases like that, I will call the attorney and the state and have them come into my court on that particular case to try to figure out what's going on. Because if somebody has a mental health issues, I want them to get the mental health as quickly as possible. And it's difficult because we only have so many doctors to evaluate people. All right, and I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, what is your name? All right, Damian Huff. He is, your middle name is Xerxes, right? Okay, that's how I remember you, 300, Xerxes. All right. So Norma, do you know where Eric Hernandez is?
You know, Judge, he told me to.
Ah.
Did he was the one who was calling when I asked you what time to come back.
Ah.
So he'll be here at 3:30.
So Mr. Huff, your attorney is going to be here at 3:30. So if you want to, there's a cafeteria downstairs in the basement, or either you can walk somewhere, but make sure you're back here at 3:30. Yes. I appreciate your patience, but who knows? Maybe this will be the last time you'll need to be in court for this case. So I know it's taken a while, but just be patient, all right? Thank you. You're welcome. All right. Ms. Cooper, if you can come forward. All right. All right, Ms. Cooper. And Norma, can you see if Matt can get an attorney for Ms. Cooper? So Ms. Cooper, you're going to get taken into custody today. Wait, wait. Ms. Cooper, there will be an attorney here for you today. Please. Talk to her. Why you trying to fool me? Can I please talk to her? Can I please? Ms. Cooper, we're not going to take you. I think she's gonna have to go. Can I please talk to you? And Deputy Laura, we'll have an attorney appointed for her, so they'll be here to speak with her today.
So keep her downstairs.
Yes.
We're gonna keep her downstairs and we're not gonna keep her down.
All right, thank you. Well. Ms. Gonzalez,
Gonzalez is not looking this way.
Jessica Gonzalez.
I'm no longer the wheel man.
Same, same.
I don't know what was asked of me, but that's my answer.
All right. Okay, let me see.
It's all in the woods.
Let me see what we can do here. I think this is second. I'm trying to remember what she's charged with.
Simon, can you just leave it?
I'm trying to think. Yes, I did. Oh, Norma, see if. Yeah, see if Charles Blanc is here. Oh, no, he just came into court.
Oh, but he was busy, Judge. Should I have texted him to see if he can come back?
She looked for it.
Oh, let me see. Yes. Oh, so what ends up happening is they have to call in. And this court, I make them call in at least every week. And some people make them call the UA hotline every day. And so when you call the UA hotline, they may ask you to come in and do a UA, or it may be, thank you, no UA today. So it's just making it very random. So you call in, and then once you call in, if they say you have to do a UA today, you have to do it today. But because of his employment, I'm giving him 24 hours to do it. Norma. Yeah, he said he can be here in 15 to 20 minutes. Yes. Yes. All right, let him know. All right. So Charles Bonke is going to come and represent her. So that's the way that works. Now, the person who was just here, she's the one who said that she was going to test positive, maybe for some medication she was taking for her tooth, but she's positive for cocaine, meth, methamphetamine, amphetamine, marijuana, and there's one other drug that is escaping right now. I think it's heroin or something. So, all right, thank you. Well, it was just in her system at the same time. Different drugs stay in your system different times. Now, marijuana, it does a little bit depend on if you're a heavy user or not. But the other drugs sometimes it stays in your system for a maximum of 3 days. Oh, you're welcome. Pass me the next box, please. Thank you. And so the person who's in the box right now, they are wanting to do a plea. So we're going to take this plea, and then after we take this plea, we're taking our lunch break. And of course, we'll remain around here so that if the jury buzzes, we'll be able to answer it. All right, Diana, this is our last one. Then we're going to take our break. Yes. Okay. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 5612, State of Texas versus Theodore Joel McCullough. Could I have the parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Of course, good for the defense.
And are you Mr. McCullough?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. McCullough, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, off the record. Is it a question?
Kind of, they were reading the charge and it does say that they don't want to use that form. What form can they use?
All right, make sure they put that in writing and then we'll answer it. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record, off the record. Jessica?
I'm trying to get Leo, sorry.
No, they just don't want to use the verdict forms. They want to make up their own form. Yes, and they probably going to ask the question, can they use their own verdict form? All right, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you weigh the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 2 and proceeding on count 1 and also the enhancements.
Right. Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of evading arrest, detention, second or more as a second-degree felony? The range of punishment for that offense is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea cannot be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. McCullough, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 1 with enhancements. Punishments be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. The state recommends community supervision. You are to agree that you've been previously convicted of 1 or 2 or more felonies for enhancement. There's no application for deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 3 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 100 hours of community service restitution and a referral to felony drug court. What I can tell both parties is that I was just informed today that felony drug court is at capacity. So he won't be able to go there. I'll still put the referral in and they'll probably make a recommendation for something else. All right, did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense and count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
And to the enhancements, how do you plead? True or not true?
True.
And that is to both enhancements?
Yes, ma'am.
State, any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. McCullough, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand, again, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. The court will find the enhancements true based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
And simply that my client has both work and family on the outside to go to after this occurrence.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
12 and 9.
Who are they with now?
Their mother.
All right, how often have you been using drugs before you were placed into custody?
How often?
Yes.
Like every other day, not that much.
All right, what were you using?
Marijuana.
And what
meth,
else?
And Xanax.
All right, how far did you go in school?
7th grade.
Why did you drop out?
Sell drugs, I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty. So you were selling drugs
Well, yeah, I
in the
grew-
7th grade?
Grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, watching my mom and stuff sell crack, and that's all I need.
Okay.
How to sell drugs.
All right, and do these tattoos have any gang affiliation associated with them?
No, ma'am. I like art and I do tattoos as well. So
All right, so what is the 93 underneath your chin?
93, the neighborhood I'm from.
Okay,
Indian
and
Creek.
what neighborhood would that be?
Indian Creek. The 9's the I and the 3's the C.
All right, and what is this red tattoo?
No Mercy for the Weak with a rosary.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 3 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 4 years. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated. 200 hours of community service restitution. 100 hours of those will be waived once you complete parenting classes and probation, whichever parenting classes you think are appropriate. The remainder of the 100 hours will be waived if you complete your GED or some sort of trade school or something to help you better yourself in life. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to want a TAP evaluation while in custody. Follow TAP recommendations. I want gang evaluation to see if he should be on gang supervision. There should be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. UA hotline upon release, and that's until further notice. Field visits 1 time per month until further notice. And of course, if it's gang supervision, then however the gang supervises it. Proof of employment within 45 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Defendant is not allowed to reside in any household with minors. And there's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
Oh, no.
Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You have 2 children in this world. Either you're going to be in their life and be someone that they can look up to, or don't be in their life. I'm sure everybody in this courtroom can maybe say something that their parent may have done wrong. But at some point in time, the life you choose is the life you choose, and it's not your parents' fault. Now, you told me that your parents sold drugs and that's where you learned it from, and you've been selling drugs since 7th grade, right? You are now in your 30s. At some point, you got to cut off where you say it's your parents' fault for your actions. You understand?
It's my own fault. I was addicted to the fast money.
All right, so you got to stop it, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
From here on out, everything you do, you need to ask yourself if it could result in me going to prison for 3 years. If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is maybe, don't do it. If you have any questions about anything, let probation know. If you feel they're not addressing your issue, then you can come to the court. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did any of those tattoos, face tattoos, were any of those painful?
Not really.
And did you do them yourself or someone else?
Someone else.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you.
All right. State and defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
They state, may we write our punishment verdict on a form other than the one provided by the court? And I understand why people would want to do that, because when you look at those, the way those verdict forms are written sometimes. So what I'm proposing is the statement where it says suitable forms are attached, but you don't have to use them. but your verdict must be in writing. And so it's the last page where it says a suitable form is attached for your verdict if you should care to use the same, but it's not intended to influence you in any way. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Okay. All right, just one moment. Can you mute us?
That's the response you're gonna send back to them is.
you. Oh, and can you do another sheet of paper for them? Because they're saying they want to write their verdict on their own paper. All right. Yes. You ready? All right, the court received the following question from the jurors. May we write our punishment verdict on a form other than the one provided by the court? Court proposes the following answer, which was in the charge. It states, with reference to your inquiry, the punishment verdict form that is attached to the charge of the court on punishment is for your convenience. It is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your punishment verdict. You need not make use of that form if you choose to create your own verdict form. Please continue your deliberations. Any objections, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections to the court, including with this a blank sheet of paper? State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then everyone, we're going to take our break. And if the jury comes back sooner, we will